Hello everybody and welcome back to your favorite show on the internet, Raw Law Unfiltered, with your favorite host, the DUI Guy. Plus today, we are going to continue with our saga of the Karen Read trial. Now, last we left you, remember, we had a very interesting cross-examination of Matthew McCabe. Oh, what a juicy cross-examination it was. We got all the best stuff. Can you believe on the witness stand, Matthew McCabe even said under his breath, "Oh my God." Well, folks, today we are going to continue in that thread, and we are going to do the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer the Puppet Master McCabe. I'm telling you, folks, if there was a woman who was pulling all of the strings, and I mean all of them, in this case, that's her. JM sits at the top of the pyramid, pulling all of the strings, making sure that every duck is in the row, making sure that every person is doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing and saying exactly what they're supposed to be saying. She is present at many different interviews, such as the one between Carrie Roberts and the police, such as her daughter, Allie McCabe, and the police. Allie all but admitted it on the stand, if you remember. Allie McCabe's testimony when, I can't remember if it was Alan Jackson or David Yannetti, asked her, was Jennifer McCabe in the room when you conducted the interview with the police, like a year and a half after the murder? I don't recall. Are you kidding me? How do you not remember your own mother being in the room? Yes or no? I mean, it's ridiculous, folks. This is absolutely ridiculous. And by the way, before I forget, after this, we are actually going to be doing the cross-examination of Brian Higgins. That was happening all day yesterday and Friday. And of course, as you know, I was on vacation. So now I am back. I am fresh and I am ready to party. Let's go.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you're going to be in court and jury in the case at hand should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated...
By the way, right out of the gate, family is important to you, is it not? He is trying to get, this is Alan Jackson, by the way, doing the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe. Alan is trying to get the jury to understand that Jennifer will do everything she can for family. She will protect her family. She will kill for family. She will protect family that has killed. She's willing to do anything and everything that is necessary in order to protect family.
On Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
See what Alan is doing? Very important. Right out of the gate, he is establishing the fact that neither John O'Keefe nor Karen Reed, one of them is dead and the other is accused of killing the other, are family. Everyone else who's been testifying so far is either an Albert or a McCabe. We like to call them the McAlberts for short. If you're a McAlbert, you are protected by the gang, by the McAlbert gang. The McAlbert gang protects their own. They do not protect outsiders. And so just starting out with the footing that Jennifer McCabe admits, Karen Reed is not a McCabe. She's not an Albert. John O'Keefe is not a McCabe, and he's not an Albert. With that out of the way, let's continue.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, Nicole O'Keefe, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nago, and Sarah Levinson.
You'll notice if you've watched Jennifer McCabe on direct examination. On direct examination, she was a lot more confident. She was a lot more relaxed. She was a lot more forthcoming with her answers. She was a lot more direct. She was a straight shooter for the most part during direct examination. Notice on cross, she's starting to become a little hesitant, I think is a good word to describe it. She's becoming a little bit more distant from the speaker, who is Alan Jackson, because he's asking her questions. She's becoming a little bit more aloof, and her answers are a lot more disjointed. You will see Alan doing something very, very interesting. He is going to be jumping around the timeline. He's not going to go chronologically, because it is a lot easier for someone who's trying to lie and fabricate information if you begin at the beginning, because they have their story, they've practiced it. The one thing that they haven't done is practice their story out of order. So when you have to think of an answer that is the truth, you'll immediately be able to spit it out. But when you have a fabricated, weaved in story, you have to kind of pause and go, where are we in the narrative? Right, okay, and provide the answer. And you'll see Jennifer doing this a lot. She's already done it many times already, and we're barely a few minutes into the cross-examination. And this is the beginning, by the way, of the cross-examination. I don't believe I've said that yet, but we started at the beginning of the cross-examination. I skipped Adam Lally's direct examination because there was absolutely no point in going through it. It is boring, it is dull, it will make you fall asleep, and the only commentary I will have for that one would be, you did this wrong, you could have done this better, why did you ask that question, you're wasting time. What's the point? Let's get to the fun stuff.
When you walked out, Karina Kolokithis was close in himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The waterfall.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right.
See? Screwing up the timeline. She doesn't know where he is. This is very good lawyer work.
And Miss Karina Kolokithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation, yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures.
Is it just me, or does this woman look like a skeleton? Like, she resembles a skeleton. I don't know, it's the only image I can think of when I look at her. Prove me wrong, chat. What do you think in the comments? Just a thought. I usually don't bash a person's appearance. Like, that's low. That's like the lowest blow. But the only thing I think of when I look at her is I see skeleton. Like, not a good person. A lot of evil on her face. A lot of darkness surrounding her. Am I the only one? Tell me.
On the street, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look. Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Biggs?
So now he's going to play the video of them leaving the waterfall.
For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10 and 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Biggs, to 12:10 and about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it and let's see if you recognize it.
Of course you know what it is. You've seen this video 100 times, Jennifer. Please don't lie.
Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay. Now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward. Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you see someone to his right?
I do, yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
She slipped up. Did you catch that? Oh, I cannot make her who it is in the photo. She knows who it is. She knows it's her. But she's playing this stupid game of, I don't know nothing, I know see nothing, I know hear nothing, like the Italian mafia. You see? They are gangsters, these people. And they know exactly what happened, and they're all protecting one another. It is really, really difficult to imagine a conspiracy involving so many people. And a lot of you have made commentary like, come on, there are too many people involved. Like, how would you be able to keep a seal on this? Somebody would eventually, at some point, leak information or screw something up. But you're forgetting one very, very important thing. Familia. Sangre, right? Sangre is Spanish for blood. This is sangre. This is blood. And you go to the ends of the earth for sangre to protect your familia. And so you will see how Jennifer begins to unravel as this cross-examination continues. It's like, you ever buy those teas that have the flour and you drop it in hot water and it's just a bulb. It's like this. It's just like a bulb. There's nothing special about it and you're like, huh. And then you watch it just kind of slowly open up, kind of like unraveling, and before you know it, there's a beautiful flower. And in this case, it's a beautiful skeleton. You'll see this unravel. You'll see Jennifer McCabe unravel. Keep watching.
And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there.
Oh, now all of a sudden I can't make that out. She already said I can't make that. And now she's trying to correct herself. I can't make that out. She knows exactly that it's her. And the jury now knows too. It's good that she's lying so much, because the more she lies, the easier it is for the jury to see through her. Just like you and I. No different.
And I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Or do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer.
That's my favorite part, because Alan is doing something. He has a plan. He has an idea of where he's going. Jennifer McCabe is one of those people who does not know what the word no means. She does not know what the concept of lady, you are not in control here means. She is so used to being the yes woman and everybody agrees with what she's saying. She's so used to being the one who pulls the strings. She is so used to being the one who is in complete control of the situation at all times. This is a new territory for her. And you will see on multiple occasions during this video where she tries to regain that control and Alan is unrelenting. See, she wanted Alan to play a few seconds before for whatever reason. She wanted to try and regain that control, and Alan is not giving her the time of day. Alan is doing exactly what he should do. He's like, listen, lady, this is the part where I get to ask the questions and you give me the answers. Now, where was I?
And you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked away.
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it for just a few more seconds. Apologize. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes.
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car.
Yes.
And see, here Alan is doing something very crafty and very subtle. And if you are not paying attention, you will miss it. Obviously, this is a third-party culprit defense that Karen Reed's lawyer is doing. That the McAlberts are the ones responsible for John O'Keefe's death. He is getting Jennifer McCabe to admit that she talked to Karen and said, "You are coming with me." John O'Keefe was nowhere near that area when Jennifer McCabe said that to Karen Reed. John O'Keefe was inside with Matthew McCabe, Jen's husband. This is minutes or an hour before his death, possibly, give or take. Therefore, Jennifer McCabe appears complicit in the murder. Because if it wasn't Karen Reed who killed him with her car, which we know is to be false, if you've been watching the trial, you know that one of the doctors testified that there was not a single broken bone or a single fracture anywhere on John O'Keefe's body below the neck, which would be impossible when a vehicle hits you and allegedly runs you over. A 4,000, 8,000 pound vehicle, a 2 to 4 ton vehicle runs over a body, you're gonna have some damage. You're not gonna have all your bones intact. So the theory now, which has a lot more credence, is that Jennifer McCabe helped orchestrate the death and the murder of John O'Keefe by trying to separate Karen from John. But as the story goes, I believe I'm correct on this, Karen declined Jennifer McCabe's offer, as you will see in a moment. They, meaning Karen and John, drove to 34 Fairview together. Karen dropped John off John walked inside. Karen left. They killed John, left his body outside, and then Karen had that panic moment at 6 a.m. the following day, trying to find where John went because he never came home.
To give her a ride,
Yes.
separate from John O'Keefe.
Yes, I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No.
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside talking.
Be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
It would not because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking
Oh, now that was beautiful because again, you see what Alan is trying to do. He's trying to show the jury that there is nefarious intent behind it. The fact that Jennifer McCabe, is getting so defensive on the stand, looking at the jury going, it was innocent. If it was innocent, you wouldn't have to say those words, lady. And she knows it. She knows it's a problem. She knows that she's in the hot seat. She knows it. And she's trying to cover up as much as possible. And it's very difficult. It's very difficult because she is looking and seeming, based on the way that Alan is describing the facts and the events as they transpired, separation of the parties. He's using those words intentionally. He's not saying like, "Oh, you just went with her." No, you tried to separate them. No, I didn't. It was innocent, I swear. You see? Let's keep watching.
for your explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Loudon. I'm asking for a yes or no question, or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
The judge is just...
Now, when you arrived at Fairview,
Oh, did you see how that smirk? That smirk, the Jen feels like, I won a small battle. When Alan lost to Lally's objection of trying to ask Jennifer McCabe the question specifically about separating Karen from John, and he decided to move on. Again, sometimes on cross-examination, you have to remember, cross-examination is a beautiful, subtle, sometimes often invisible art to the witness. Because the witness thinks like, oh, I'm getting away with it. Oh, I'm answering so splendidly. Oh, I'm doing so well. I am doing so great. And meanwhile, you look at the jury and they're like looking at you like this. And you're like, wait a minute, why are they looking at me like that? That's because they sense deception. And when people sense deception, they react. So Jennifer McCabe feels she's won this tiny little battle. So she has this confident, she kind of waved her hair and she kind of has that tiny little smirk so that she's trying to hide. Little does she know.
some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
The recounting of everyone who was there sounded very rehearsed.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
You testified on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
yes.
Can we have Exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Does it appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview?
yes,
This would be the front door, correct?
yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes,
And then the driveway's to the right,
yes,
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
yes,
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
yes,
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
yes,
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
no, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did, because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Now, this is very important. The fact that Jennifer McCabe on direct examination stated, as you all just heard, immense detail about it was in front of the mailbox, the Jeep was located at this and that, the Jeep was here, is very important because Jennifer McCabe has a reason for saying that. And the reason is she's covering her butt. She's trying to show there was somebody else here and who was here and how I know they were here, or I was wondering whose Jeep that was. Sometimes when you lie, you add and pepper in extra detail that is important for your lie to stick. That's what Alan is trying to show with this line of questioning.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
Matt testified to the same thing. He testified verbatim how specific location of where that Jeep was. It was very, very specific and very unnecessarily so. It's almost like a copy and paste of their testimony. Gee, I wonder who the puppet master in all of this is.
I have.
I'm not sure if I said, whose Jeep is that?
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Notice how Jennifer got very uncomfortable about answering that. She was even looking to the judge. Hey, judge, are you gonna rescue me on this one? Judge? And then when she realizes there's no objection, the judge is, oh shoot, I have to answer? Okay, what's my answer?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no.
Oh! Are you aware of the fact that your husband placed the Jeep exactly in the same spot as you did? She accidentally spoke the truth. Oops! Of course I'm aware. I've been watching his testimony this whole time. Oh, wait, I'm not allowed to say that. Wait, that's not what I mean. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me go back to my lies. I'm sorry, I apologize. Watch her try and unravel this.
Excuse me. Repeat the question?
you're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know?
See, she had to clarify because she knows what he said in here. She accidentally slipped up. She said, of course Now you're starting to see. She has been watching this whole trial, and she has to make sure all of her lies are in their proper order. That's why she's having so much difficulty.
Where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car, and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you...
That's okay. You can continue.
See, there it is. There's the control. That's okay. You can continue. I am in control here. You are just asking me questions. I am the one in control. I am giving you permission, Mr. Alan Jackson, to continue my own cross-examination. Do you see the psychosis of this woman? The level of control that she's completely unable, unwilling, and incapable of relinquishing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
See? Thank you. I appreciate that. Alan is playing into her hands. He knows he's got her on the ropes, and he wants to give her the illusion that she is in control here. But she's far from it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper.
That was a relaxation sigh. Okay, finally, I got away with it, I think I got away with it. He's moving on to the next question. That was like a sigh of relief. You can very clearly see it. It's very noticeable.
Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
There's
Yeah.
that hair flip again.
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Nobody put any words in your mouth.
No.
Nobody told you what to say at that time.
No.
Today, you are going to see Jennifer McCabe try and perform some of the most unbelievable mental gymnastics that I have ever seen a witness attempt on the witness stand before. You will see how Jennifer McCabe tries to distance herself from a report that Trooper Proctor wrote on January 29th when he first interviewed Jennifer McCabe. When her story was still fresh, when her story was still real, when her story was still devoid of so many lies that they have later concocted to put the blame on Karen Reed. You will hear about where Karen Reed's Jeep was, where she said it was initially, and then how she changed her story later on. And you will see her try to snake her way through Alan's attempt to show that she is directly contradicting the testimony that she made on January 29th, 2022, here today in court. Watch what she does. Watch how she tries to undo the damage that Alan is doing to the prosecution's case. Did she succeed or did she fail? You be the judge. It doesn't get much better than this. Jennifer McCabe, the Puppet Master, as I like to call her, Jennifer Puppet Master McCabe, has been cooking, folks. She has been cooking. If you did not tune into part 1, you need to go check it out. Oh my God, some of the stuff that Alan Jackson got out of her was absolutely chef's kiss. And today we're going to continue with that same saga. So, buckle up, folks, because you are not in Kansas anymore. Let's go.
Interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Nobody put any words in your mouth.
No.
Nobody told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Oh, look at her continuously trying to extract information out of Alan Jackson. Answer the question, lady. She knows what's coming. She has seen footage of the trial. It is so clear. If you still have any doubt in your mind that Jennifer McCabe has not been watching this trial, you need to check yourself, because she has been watching every single moment of this trial. She knows how impeachment works. She has been studying it by watching Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. She has been watching them closely, and she knows that Alan is about to ask her a question that you said previously, that contradicts what you said today. She wants to preempt that. She wants to strike first. Hey, excuse me, can I see what you're referring to? Watch how Alan does his thing.
Memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what I'm.
Just yes or no. You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you.
See, he's not exactly giving it to her right away. Like, do you not remember what you said to Trooper Proctor? Well, of course I do. I just need my memory refreshed. Oh, okay. If that's all you need, then please go ahead. Yeah, no problem. I got you.
Paragraph 3. This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
She knows what's coming.
Did you have that? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told.
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
Regarding?
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
Well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay.
She is so nervous. She just called Trooper Proctor Trooper. Sorry. I am only laughing because it is such a telltale sign and such a giveaway as to how stressed and nervous she is. Because she just read a bunch of words that she said, and she's trying to keep her lies intact. She's trying to keep her lies in order. And it's not an easy task. And now, I feel no remorse for this woman. None whatsoever. She's covering up a murder. I cannot feel sympathy for a human like that. However, I feel her pain. I feel her pain because she knows it's about to go down. Watch what Alan does next.
I have to do it this way. That's court rules. Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
Okay. I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again. Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help you.
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, that was a beautiful moment. For those of you who may not be experienced in the court of law, allow me to enlighten you about what just happened. Alan Jackson asked a simple question. Did you tell Trooper Proctor where the van was parked, or where the vehicle was parked? And she said, yes, I told him it was parked here. Alan Jackson has a statement from Jennifer McCabe that states explicitly the car was located somewhere else. So he is trying to impeach her by giving her the document, which is a transcript of the hearing, where she either spoke to Trooper Proctor, or that was Trooper Proctor's statement, or maybe it was a previous grand jury testimony, maybe it was the federal investigation. It could be any number of things where Jennifer McCabe is on record testifying. And he just put that document in front of her face, and she read it, and she, to her horror, the words on the page did not match what she said today in court. Maybe the story changed, maybe she forgot some facts, maybe like when you weave lies, it's a lot difficult to keep track of them. It's a lot easier to keep track of the truth, because the truth you have a mental image about the truth. When you create lies, you have to manufacture new images, and those are sometimes harder to remember. You have to add a lot of emotion, a lot of action. That is the only way to really truly remember your lies. I don't recommend it. It's a very, very difficult and mentally exhausting feat for any human being. And you can see that written all over Jennifer McCabe's face. She's struggling. She's having a great, difficult time keeping everything together. And now Alan Jackson is about to go in on one of the most contradictory pieces I think Jennifer McCabe has said thus far.
So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on.
Look at how frazzled she's getting. She's stumbling over her words. She's like, look at the report. Lady, I'm not asking you about the report. I'm asking you. Well, can I see the report? You just saw the report. What more do you need? She is not able to maintain because, like I said before, she is so used to being in control. She just doesn't know how to handle it.
It's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Okay.
So just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes.
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
Yes.
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
But you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Look at how stunned she is. She's like, I never said that. Well, would it refresh your recollection? Now she's like scrambling in her head. You can see the gears turning in her head. She's like, when did I say that? When did I say something like that? Which interview was this one? Which one could it have been? You know, like she's sifting through. That's why she is pausing, because she's trying to do mental gymnastics to find where Alan is, because he's going out of order. Remember, from the first video we talked about how it's a lot better when you cross-examine someone to sift through their lies is by going out of chronological order. Because when you go chronologically, you are allowing the individual to just recall all the old and new images in sequence, which is a lot easier to do. But if you start with the day after the murder, and then you go back to the day before the murder, and then you go back to the night of the murder, and then you go back 30 minutes before, when you start jumping around like Alan Jackson has been doing, he's making the witness's job at lying a lot harder. And that's why Jennifer McCabe is struggling so much, as you can clearly see.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3. You've had an opportunity to review
I
it?
have, yeah.
May I approach on it?
Yes.
Also, notice how short she is. Have you had an opportunity? Yes, I have. Yes. She's extremely nervous, very stressed out.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34th Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when
Now, the reason Alan Jackson is going back to a statement from January 29th is because that was the day of the murder, of course, of John O'Keefe's death. And it is also well before the theory of who are we going to pin this on and how has come into existence yet. Very important. So actually, Jennifer McCabe's statements on January 29th may be the only, well, I shouldn't say the only, but possibly the closest thing to the truth of what actually happened is. That may be the closest thing that we have to the truth, because that was before they cooked up the whole theory that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car.
you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will.
Oh, look at that hesitant look at the jury. That is not a good look. That's are my lies catching? Are they suspecting anything? That's what that look is. It is not a good look for a witness. Any witness, especially this witness. She wants to try and get a feel for them. She wants to read them. That's what master manipulators do. That's what narcissists do. She is a type A narcissist. She is a class A manipulator. And she has an audience. And unfortunately, she cannot directly influence her audience, which is the jury, because she is stuck in a fist fight, metaphorically speaking, with Alan Jackson. And the problem with being stuck in a fist fight as a manipulator, you're unable to use your entire toolkit. Your ability to manipulate is stymied or halted.
Never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. You mentioned that?
No.
Right.
You see, trying to pin the blame on somebody else taking bad notes on the day of the incident, the day of the death, her attempt, Jennifer McCabe's attempt to even try and claim that Trooper Proctor did not take good notes is, she thinks she's winning. Little does she know, if I could have eyes on that jury at that moment, I think they would be rolling their eyes and giving her a very sus look. She's just not coming off as credible on these answers. And Alan Jackson got her in a contradiction that she was talking about Karen Reed's car and not Brian Higgins' Jeep. And now suddenly Karen Reed's car is somewhere else and the Jeep is in her spot a few months later. So she has to cover up. She has to make something up. Believe me when I say this, the jury is catching on. I wasn't in the room, unfortunately, when this all unfolded. I was in the courtroom a couple days prior, and I got a chance to see Allie McCabe, her daughter, whom probably learned everything that she knows from her mother, unfortunately for her. Allie is not going to go very far in life with a mother like that. I hate to say it. I mean, she's already over the age of majority. I think she's 21 or 22. When you have a mother like that, you just need to run in the opposite direction as far as you can. Distance yourself from these people and try and create a life of your own, because it may already be too late. It may already be too late. She may be in too deep. I'm talking about Allie McCabe, of course.
Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Did you catch the sirens in the back, by the way? I swear to you, there is something underlying going on. If you've not been paying attention up until now, when court resumes on Monday, June 3rd, for the Karen Reed case, pay attention when some of the McAlberts, as we like to call them, the McCabes and the Alberts, who are in on this together in the cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe, pay attention to the sirens. Because sometimes in the middle of testimony, the sirens will just come on, or like just now that you've heard like, boop, 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 boop. That is an indicator. I'm telling you, there is some involvement there by the police who are trying to protect and remember John O'Keefe. I wholeheartedly believe that. There's been way too many patterns. If you don't believe me, go back and watch the trial from the beginning if you've got the time. You will see exactly what I mean. Pay attention to the witnesses for the prosecution when they take the stand and when the sirens come on. Very rarely do the sirens come on before testimony or during the breaks. It's always when someone is on the witness stand. Universally. It's kind of crazy.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Oh, the harassment. She found a way. She finally found a way to weave in the harassment that they are receiving. Oh, you mean the fact that everybody knows it was you who did it and they want to point the finger and you're too scared to come forward and say, yes, it was us because now you're in too deep?
My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers and editorialize. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Stop editorializing, lady. I'm the one asking you specific questions. That's it. Alan is right on the money.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, she's trying to editorialize everything. This woman is relentless.
You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
I didn't ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they...
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct? That's
Correct.
See, he's trying to get her to admit simple things. You talked about this case, yes or no? And she's like, well, when exactly do you mean? What does extensively mean? What exactly are you talking about? Because she has to be careful because every word of her lie needs to be perfect. Because if at least one of them is off, she may be caught in a rut and she's trying to avoid that. She's trying to avoid walking into the pitfalls that Alan Jackson is setting up for her. It's beautiful to watch. It's absolutely magnificent. And you will see as she continues to unravel during this cross-examination.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night,
Correct.
and they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
You compared perspectives is not the same as we just talked about what happened to John. And she knows it, and the jury knows it, and they see what Alan is trying to put down. And Jennifer McCabe resisting all of that is making her look even worse. She just doesn't know it because she's too self-centered, too narcissistic, too clever for her own good. Oh, this is magnificent.
To them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how the...
What does extensively mean? You tell me. Ms. McCabe, I'm the one asking the questions, so right back at you. What does extensively mean to you?
this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the...
Now, you gotta understand something about the harassment, folks. She thinks that this is gonna be her saving grace, that the jurors are gonna go, oh, you poor souls. You're being harassed about this every day. Wait a minute, why are you being harassed about this every day if you're not somehow involved and people suspect, but you're in hiding? What are you hiding? Why are you being harassed every day? What is the reason for your harassment? You know what I mean? People are gonna have questions. She thinks she's skating by. She's everything but.
case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
Your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about. You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts,
Notice how she seems so proud of that fact. Yes, I willingly handed it over. She wants to make an emphasis on that point. She is emphasizing that point. She is leaning forward. She's like, I want to make sure that you are aware. I willingly gave the phone. I didn't try to hide anything. That's what that sounds like. She just doesn't know it.
were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury, questioning by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes.
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second. You admitted that it works as a, quote, GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable, quote, unquote, tracking device, was your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a, quote, unquote, good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Yeah, did you not?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Sure. She knows. She knows he's got her. And remember, all this time that is being spent while Alan is getting the paper to her, in her mind, she's already concocting her response. How am I going to respond to this? She's cooking. We just can't see it.
May I approach you, Hunter?
Yes.
Lines 13 through 15.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know why it's
Okay.
taking her so long to read 2 lines, but hey.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay.
See, again, because she's having so much trouble keeping exactly what she's supposed to know at which juncture with respect to the investigation, because who just checks on their daughter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Even though you have the accessibility for it, doesn't mean that you actually like stare at your phone watching them where they are at all times. I mean, you have your own life to lead, you know what I mean, as a parent. You're only going to revert to the technology in case something happens, and you may do it at a later time, but to do that in real time makes no sense, and her response makes no sense. So Alan got her to correct her answer, as rightfully he should have, because it makes no sense. How could she have known her whereabouts at the exact moment unless she checked later?
Did you ever verify through the Life 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
The Alberts have a dog.
So before we get to the dog, you see, if you've not watched Allie McCabe's testimony, I very strongly encourage you watch. It's not very long. I was in the courtroom. She burst into tears because she had a huge slip up accidentally. She accidentally mentioned that John O'Keefe went into the house, and she actually started crying on the stand, thinking that she screwed up royally, that she completely botched the entire case. She may have been one of the weakest links thus far. Allie McCabe's 360 data, Life 360 data, has shown that Allie was out driving until about 1:30 in the morning. She was cross-examined on it by Alan Jackson. And of course, Allie tried to get out of it by saying, well, I was within the bubble of the range. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. I don't know how Life 360 works either. But essentially, as I understand it, you basically have a location. And in that location, there's like a bubble that surrounds the location, right? And that bubble is fairly large, but it's not enormous, you know? It's basically an alert to the parent when your child is within the vicinity of the location that you have registered on the phone. Like, oh, they're approaching approaching the location, they should be there soon or something like that. Well, Allie McCabe tried to argue that she was within the bubble of like her school or something, and I guess she tried to make them seem much larger than they are. Now, because of my personal unfamiliarity with Life 360 and how it works, since I don't have any children of my own, and I was raised at a time before Life 360 was a thing, thank God. I would not want to be tracked by my parents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That sounds terrifying, especially when I'm sneaking. I mean, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But the important thing is, Allie tried to make it seem like she was within the bubble of some of the locations where Alan Jackson was telling her that she was. And she kept saying, no, I was attached to a different bubble. Basically, that 1:30 in the morning escapade that you're telling me that I was driving around. No, I was just within some other bubble. It gets very messy. It gets very hairy again. The more lies, it gets very complicated. This is why I'm having so much trouble articulating it, because I'm trying to recall the lies that Allie McCabe was trying to weave with respect to the Life 360. And now we have Jennifer McCabe, once again, in a way, not necessarily admitting. Remember, on cross-examination, she's not the one testifying. It may seem like it. On cross-examination, you, the attorney, are the one who is testifying. And Alan Jackson, the attorney, the one who is testifying during this cross-examination, reminded the jurors that Allie was out until 1:30 in the morning, meaning her and her mom are in cahoots. That's it.
Dog. Pardon me. Correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th, after 6 a.m., when it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door, and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud.
Remember, when you create lies, the devil is in the details. When you weave a web of lies, the devil is located deep, deep, deep underneath the surface. They created this whole story about how she burst into the house and burst into the room and she was hysterical. There's a 70-pound hunter dog, practically a wolf, living in this house. And this wolf is just basically like, oh, hysteria, I'm just gonna chill. No barking, no reaction. He didn't attack Jennifer. They forgot to account for the animal. They forgot to fixate on how a dog would react if the facts of their story were actually facts. If the lies of their story are to be true, they needed to account for the dog, and they forgot. They forgot to account for the dog. Common mistake, very common mistake, because when you're lying, it's very difficult to keep track of everything. That's one of the ways how you can tell someone is lying, is because their story doesn't make any sense logistically. A 70-pound dog would not be reacting to a hysterical woman bursting into the house and knocking down multiple doors? Please. Alan knows this, and now he's showing the jury that. This is enormous for the jury. This is huge for Karen Reed.
Loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
It's literally like, the only thing I can think of is Kabi here. The 70-pound dog, no reaction. What? Think about it. It's mental. It's absolutely mental. That a 70-pound German Shepherd would not react to a woman bursting into the house like that. Come on.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it,
I
right?
did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before, who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember, were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would
Let me
be,
finish my question. Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct. So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that, the Jeep. Behind that, Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
Oh?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So, you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022. Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
memorize that date.
Yes.
You were asked what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location, and you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Again, she's like, 12:23. Did I say that? Oh, yes, I did. I did say that when I thought that we're going to be protected and none of this will ever see the light of jury trial. Now that she has to answer for her crimes, how on earth do you pinpoint, oh, I saw Brian Nagel's vehicle at 12:23 a.m. And now she can't remember at all. That's what she was afraid to answer, because she knew Alan has the answer already. And she tried to fish it out of him. And she got it successfully. But it's still not enough. Because he's still, Alan Jackson still has Jennifer McCabe testifying that she saw the vehicle at 12:23. It's too specific.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who looks at their watch or their phone
Lines 21.
when somebody
Highlighted.
pulls up? I mean, sometimes, maybe. But why doesn't she remember it now?
Okay.
If that was a fact.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Let's find out.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel.
Okay. Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you had refreshed your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, correct?
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
There we go. We got a timeline. Another piece. No matter how hard Jennifer McCabe tries to resist, Alan Jackson is never going to relent off of her. That's what she fails to understand. That's where she is crumbling. That's why she is crumbling, because he's getting into the details, the nitty-gritty specifics, and that unravels the entire cover-up of the murder and trying to pin the murderer on Karen Reed. Watch this.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
Okay. And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there, because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
Okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is, perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car, that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. And I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay. So it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That is John O'Keefe's
In addition to
family and friends in the back there.
Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked?
See, she constantly wants to have control of everything. Lady, she is failing to recognize this is not her show. This is not her time to shine. This is not her being in control. She's not in control here. Alan is asking the questions, and she's extremely uncomfortable with it because she can't keep her lies in order. Sir, you're making it difficult for me to lie. Please stop it.
About Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck.
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would really appreciate it.
Also, by the way, that was also an admission. Now, the jury may or may not know this, but we already had at least one witness testify. Oh, you mean the interview with the feds? For those of you diehard watchers, you know what I'm talking about. I believe it may have actually been Ryan Nagel, if I'm not mistaken, who said that. And now Jennifer McCabe, again, is admitting, in a very veiled admission, I mean, they're trying to keep it out of the jurors' ears that there is a federal investigation into all of this, meaning Karen Reed is probably not the culprit if the feds are looking into this. Otherwise, why would the feds look into it if she's the culprit, right? Jennifer McCabe just accidentally also, to the educated jurors, and I'm sure there's at least one or two who are familiar with the court system going, wait a minute, there usually is only one grand jury. Why have there been multiples here? I remember that one witness saying something about a feds. Oh, is it possible that she just admitted? I've testified in front of several grand juries. I don't remember which one you're talking about, Mr. Jackson. And one of the jurors may go, oh, there was a federal grand jury here, huh? I wonder who they're targeting. The cat continuously is out of the bag. You can only keep the cat in the bag for so long. It will claw its way out if it has to. Even in a court of law where you're trying to keep everything boxed in. It's not an easy task. And I really truly feel for Alan Jackson and even Lally in this regard. It's kind of difficult to keep the federal investigation under wraps. I mean, if it was like a one-day trial, maybe. This is turning out to be already, it's a month and a half. We're a month and a half in. And Lally is not even finished with all of his witnesses yet. We may be at the 2-month, 1-week mark before Alan Jackson and David Yannetti even begin putting on their case, which is well outside the original limits that the court thought would be set for how long this case is going to take, because Lally is dragging his feet. Adam Lally, the prosecutor, he is not experienced. He is not very good at this stuff, and we can tell. Sometimes I feel like he went to the Elaine Bredehoft School of Law. Do you remember Elaine Bredehoft from the Johnny Depp trial? She represented Amber Heard. She was one of the lawyers with Amber Heard, kind of leading the fray on most of the direct and cross-examinations, along with Benjamin Rottenborn. Elaine Bredehoft had this, what she thought was a cure-all question. You know, what if anything? What if any? Who if anyone? It's a terrible question on direct examination. Nobody who has been practicing more than 15 minutes and is good at their job asks questions like that. I challenge you, go back in my videos, find every single direct examination I've ever done. There's a playlist so you can easily find one instance. I challenge you, please, prove me wrong. One instance where I, Larry Forman, in a court of law, asked a question that started with, what if anything? And I've heard that term for the first time coming out of Elaine Bredehoft's mouth in April of 2022. Go back to 2021. Go back, find videos from 2020, 2019, 2018. I believe I have videos going all the way back to 2015, maybe even 14 on my channel. Find one instance when I use the phrase, what if anything. I challenge you. Go. Here, I'll wait. I'm serious. Go take a look. Check it out. Tell me what you find. Let me know in the comments below.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know if you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wanted you to have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
Oh, that is not a good cover. That is not a good cover. I was never asked, so I never said the truth. Oh, please, lady. Oh, we see right through you.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front and with some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You were,
what?
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and... Did you not review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for the CPD, okay? As you review those pages, you're...
Again, look at the body language. It's a dead giveaway. This is a woman who nobody interrupts ever. Nobody says no to this woman or she will rip your head off. You know who also does that? Crime families.
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't. Did you mention, ever, in that grand jury, that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
as you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those were the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay,
voice up, please.
sorry.
Let's try this again.
She's trying to evade it. Oh, you want me to read all of the grand jury testimony? I will read all of it. Alan knows it's not in there, and he is trying to get her to admit, and her lack of admission is actually worse. If she had just admitted it and moved on, maybe, you know, it'd be like, okay, so you lied. Well, I maybe misremembered something. It would be a lot easier, but because she keeps resisting on a negligible point, her resistance by itself raising sus to you and I, and of course, the jury.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You were
Wait,
asked by
whoa,
any-
whoa. You can't answer that? Hold on, let's listen to that question again. Hold on a second, I'm going back in time.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's SUV in this trial?
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's car in this trial? That is a very specific question. Has your testimony been doctored? Has your testimony been altered by conversations with other people? Basically, are you lying is the question. And she responds with,
Can you repeat the question, please?
You ever asked
I don't have a canned response for that. Can you repeat the question, please? Because I need to prepare.
by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Miss Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
That is a terrible answer. She seems very calm. He literally just asked, have you been coached to lie? And she's like, have I been coached to lie? No, not that I recall. Like, her emotion is not congruent with the answer to a very damning question, because the question is so damning, she didn't even realize how damning it was. That's how good Alan is in his questioning. Ooh, keep watching.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, pull behind me, to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, where are you?
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages, and each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding, on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So
What,
if you got
how
up,
do you not remember that? I don't understand. I'm telling you, the lies are, she just can't keep up. She can't keep track of them. She's trying very hard. Her mental energy is drained to keep everything in order. Simple things like, I got up and then I looked and then I texted and then I sat back down and I got up and then I texted and I sat back down. Like, how do you not remember that? I don't get it. It makes no sense to me whatsoever.
You walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text, and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second. That would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead, out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct, at 12:31.
Correct.
All right, at that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here, and I said here, and then the next time I texted, I said pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. You said you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right, so that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Not
Yes.
okay, yes or no?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Oh! Tell me you're calling me a liar without telling me you're calling me a liar. Maybe I'm using the wrong wording. Maybe. And look at her face. I mean, this is just like, frame it, folks. Frame that. That is someone who's like, oh my gosh, he's right. Stationary, moved once, moved twice. If I've seen it move twice, that means I've gone 3 times to the door, not 2 times. I am such a dummy. I can't keep my own lies straight.
When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's going to take a minute. Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780, 784.
Okay.
Bait stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know. You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking, so
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, she's trying to control the narrative, And Alan is not giving her the time of day.
So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay. Just right outside the front door, though. Within.
When you're weaving a story, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where in your lie the distance fits. So, in her defense.
Straight outside, yes.
Well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved a second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole, and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front.
It's a yes or no, Jennifer. For the love of Benji, can you at least one time just say yes or no? She's incapable, folks.
Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house.
It's a struggle. It takes a struggle with her.
Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going along.
Yeah,
with the
it's
question.
prior testimony. Lally, sit
Was that
your-
your
sit
testimony?
your butt down.
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math, you're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm.
You
if you
were
want to pull
there,
out the
Jennifer.
times and you can look at them.
Well,
Jennifer, you were there. Why is it not part of your memory that, yeah, about 3.5 minutes, give or take, maybe a minute here and there? The answer is yes. Why are you so afraid of the answer? Oh, I forgot you're the puppet master. Oh, gosh. Oh, silly me.
we talked about the times and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I'm doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
Okay, finally, we get a good answer. Was that so hard, Jennifer?
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any...
Person gets hit by a car. You're not going to hear impact? Hello? There's a party going on inside the house and none of them notice? A car crash? Car versus pedestrian? What?
loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
As a matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
As a matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
She is quite flustered.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
Notice how her voice just kind of getting quieter and quieter. Where is he going with this? You can almost see the gears grinding in her head. Where is he going with this? What is he trying to pinpoint? Did I screw something up? Did I make a mistake somewhere? No, it seems right. So far, so good. No pitfalls. Let's see where it goes.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The problem with that is you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
Do you know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
She knows what field of view means. How can you be looking at an SUV that is here and not see a body that is here? Right? How can you see the SUV move? The body is right there, barely with any dusting of snow on it. Wouldn't that catch your attention? Ooh, this is really bad, Jennifer. This is bad.
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask
Oh, see, that was not the question. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it? I wasn't looking at the ground. The fact that she's getting so defensive is another telltale sign of deception. Pay attention.
about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
You mentioned the flagpole, didn't you? And yet, after seeing the SUV move, you're claiming that you couldn't see an object laying on your front lawn? The object, of course, unfortunately, being the deceased body of John O'Keefe. Or maybe at the time, it would have been potentially the dying body, unless you are the one who dumped it out there and you knew that he was dying. And that is why you searched how long it's going to take him to die in the cold. Maybe he was still alive after the snot was beaten out of him. Yeah, you see how it doesn't make any sense, and how defensive she is about this line of questioning is really sus. Extremely sus. It makes no logical sense how you can be staring at the vehicle, and yet, again, remember, I'm going to turn, you're not going to see this intentionally, right? There's the vehicle, and there's John's body, right? Jennifer McCabe is looking at it like this. How would you see the SUV, but not John's body that is right here? Even when the vehicle moves, right? The vehicle now moved this way, and the body remained, let's say, this way, in this direction. How would you be able to see the car so clearly, but not something lying on your front lawn? That's what Alan Jackson is trying to make sure the jury understands. There is no way out of this for Jennifer McCabe, no matter how many mental gymnastics she's going to try and do. The jury has heard it. The damage is done. It's already too late. She tries, but she fails miserably to escape the inevitable fate of her lies starting to become unraveled, uncovered.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
But
No,
that's
of
what it
course
sounds
not,
like.
Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well,
Yes.
meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If
Exactly.
I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question
That's
about that.
that's not how that works, lady. You are not like 2 feet away looking at something and you have to go like this. If you're looking at something in the distance, you're going to see everything leading up to the object you're looking at. It is extremely unbelievable that you did not notice John O'Keefe laying there in the ground. That's because he wasn't.
You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions. You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Yes.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face,
Yes.
but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision.
There
right?
you go.
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Oh!
Wish I had.
And I never understood that statement. I never saw a body. I wish I had. Matt said this, Matthew McCabe. Jennifer has said this. Brian Albert has said this. Julie Albert has said this. The 4 leaders of the mafioso clan, of the McAlberts, they all have said the exact same thing. I didn't see a body. I looked out. I didn't see a body. I wish I had, but I didn't. After the SUV leaves, you look out the window and you don't see a body. That means there was no body. That statement right there is going to be saved for closing, of course. He's not going to ask that because, of course, she's going to say, yes, there was a body. There's no point in asking that question. The damage is done. Jennifer McCabe is already cooked on that particular point. There's no reason to try and finagle anything more out of her. You have to remember, cross-examination is a very subtle art. It's a very creative art form of an orator, especially when you're asking questions of a person who is resisting to answer. And so getting them to the correct place where you want them to be sometimes can be a bit difficult. It's not always easy. And with Jennifer McCabe, you can see Alan Jackson has to keep bringing her back to basics because she's always trying to slither away. She's like a wet water snake. You ever try to catch a water snake? They're so slippery. Not only are they slithering snakes to begin with, but they're also wet. They're a lot harder to catch than, let's say, if it was a dry snake on the ground. She's kind of like a wet water snake, just slithering at every opportunity. He has to keep catching her. Like, okay, Jennifer, Ms. McCabe, let's go back. My question is, don't stop volunteering information. My question is, answer, yes or no? Yes. All right, thank you. Now we can move on. Whereas before he starts asking, like, Ms. McCabe, that's not what happened. That's not what I did. Ms. McCabe, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a yes or no question. Yes or no? Yes. Okay, cool. Moving on. He never lets her go until he gets exactly the answer that he's looking for. And every single question so far, for the most part, if you've noticed, if you have been with us all 4 parts, is a struggle. It's an absolute struggle. And the fact that it's a struggle by itself is a red flag, is a huge red flag. It should not be this much of a struggle to get the information from Jennifer. And the fact that it is, I guarantee that the jurors, BS detectors, let's call them BS detectors, they were probably going off about 100 times during her testimony. I have zero doubt about that. I wish I was in the room to see it, but everybody and their mother wanted to be in the room on that day, so there's no way in hell I would have been able to get a seat in that room. But I will be back. I will be back in the middle of June. I'm going to be back in that courtroom, God willing. Cross your fingers, folks.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not
Objection.
at all.
I'll let the answer stand.
You left the location about 1:45, is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in, was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you.
See? There it is again. Struggle. There's a fight for every question.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then either?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can wait 2 seconds and pause it. Yes.
Is unbroken and he has to John is
Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning?
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Stop. Was that you?
Yes, that was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mm-hmm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07?
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are sure about that? Is
The phone extraction is wrong? Jennifer, come on.
I certainly am, yes.
perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
You are unmuted.
Thanks, you may be seated for the session.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up, or do we need we need the witness, but were there any questions first, or were you just going to the video?
The questions and
Okay.
I'll ask them.
All right, let's bring Ms. McCabe in. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, of the grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another
But
police
again,
officer and
you're
different-
still not fully answering the question. You are evading giving a direct answer, Ms. McCabe, and that is suspicious.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hate him. Correct? We'll agree on that.
Correct.
Boom! Nowhere in those statements did you ever say that she said, Karen Reed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Correct. Alan Jackson finally put the last nail in the coffin on the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That was fabricated, folks. That was fabricated in open court. And now it's clear. Now we know, the jury knows, the judge knows, the prosecutor knows, and Jennifer McCabe knew this whole time. Alan finally got it out of her.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
Question. May I approach?
Yes.
By agreement, Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it
Okay.
and ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only.
Pay attention to how Jennifer McCabe tries to manufacture emotion and how badly she's failing it. Watch as the camera zooms in on
You saw that? Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question. I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. that would have been an open voicemail that was recording inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
It's about, by the way, it's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think necessary.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes,
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Did you catch that? She tried to manufacture sadness, and then the minute Alan interrupted it, oh, we're back to questions. She did not have enough time to manufacture the sadness that she needed. Did you all catch that? Go back and watch it again. It's fascinating to watch this woman. It's like she's a case study in narcissism. We thought Amber Heard was bad. Now we have a Jennifer McCabe. Watch her face. When there is genuine emotion, the body makes involuntary movements that are associated with sadness and pain, displeasure. When you are completely stoic and all of a sudden you go from this to, that's how you know it is manufactured. It's one of the telltale signs. It's not always universal. There may be something like a triggering event, but this is an entire 4 minutes taking her back. She should have a memory of sadness. She doesn't have a memory of sadness. She has a memory of something else. Karen Reed has a memory of sadness. You can hear it in her screams on tape. Jennifer McCabe was not frantic. She was very calm, cool, and collected, and in control of the situation. See, watch her face, trying to manufacture feelings. All we get is a blank stare into an abyss. If she's feeling anything at this juncture, it is disdain for Alan Jackson for making her having to listen to this in open court, because she knows she can't have the proper reaction to it, and she is upset at Alan Jackson for putting her on the spot of having to react to it, because she can't figure out what's the proper emotion that I need to be feeling right now. Keep watching her face. Glanced at the jury for just a second. And then when she noticed, oh, they're watching, her face starts to become a little bit more somber, and now it's again back to normal. Now she's just looking sleepy. Is she getting bored? Trying to tilt her head forward. She doesn't know how to feel because feelings are very difficult to manufacture when they're not authentic. Unless you're a complete sociopath or a psychopath, in which case it's a lot easier. But clearly she's not having an easy time, and she doesn't know how to feel, so she's having trouble with it.
Ms. McCabe, did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled, and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood. The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Notice how the first question was simply who was on the phone. The answer should have been, that was me. The answer was not, that was me. The answer was, that was me calling 911. Continuously volunteering information that is not being asked for in order to make sure that you're in control of the narrative. Another telltale sign. But then, who was the other voice that was screaming? Oh, that was Karen Reed, not, I'm not sure, I'm not certain, I don't know, I believe. Immediately just, oh, Karen Reed, 100%. But when it's about her, oh, I gotta make sure that my narrative is protected.
Did you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down?
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
Hysterical, upset. I don't know why she added the word erratic, but those are emotions that one would anticipate when they've just discovered the body of their dead significant other, or dying, or dead, injured, whatever. That's the kind of emotion you expect. Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe being so calm, cool, and collected. Shut up, you're not helping? How do you say that to someone who just suffered a loss or is about to suffer a loss? It's beyond the pale. Their lack of emotionality, both Jennifer McCabe's and Carrie Roberts on scene, their lack of hysteria is very telling. What do you all think, chat? Tell me in the comments below what you make of this. The fact that Karen Reed is running around hysterically, terrified, mortified, sick to her stomach. Meanwhile, Jennifer McCabe is quietly calling 911 when there's a first responder literally living in the house where John O'Keefe's body is found. Why didn't she just knock on the door and be like, hey, Brian, can you come out here? Is there any way you can perform CPR? He was at the house. We know that. That morning, he was at the house. Makes no sense. Makes zero sense. And then Carrie Roberts walking up to Karen and telling her that she needs to shut up. You're not helping the situation. Rather than consoling her, oh my God, I'm so sorry for your loss. This is so... What do you guys think? What do you make of that? What does that mean to you? How do you interpret this? I want to know your thoughts. Please comment. I'm very curious.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call's already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. We can play with your permission.
Yes.
Continue watching her face.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. And one of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, you just, I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree, yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth. Hmm.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, did we finish playing this just for, okay, thank you.
Watch her face.
Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You
The
were asked this-
hallmark of someone who's losing an argument. Well, I don't have them in front of me. Were they answered yes or no? She already said they were never answered. Alan is claiming that they are. He's saying that the extraction of Jennifer McCabe's phone showed that they have been answered. Jennifer McCabe is like, well, show me, let me see, so I can make up an excuse as to why data says it has been answered, when in reality it was never answered. It's just, if it was just one thing, folks, if it was just one thing, this is part 6 already, and we have at least 27, by my count, of various little lies and deceptions, and it's just not a good look at all.
This question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes,
And
and
you were shown phone records?
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and
You
ask the
were- You
question.
were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds?
my sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you'd answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown, the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right, and there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls.
Again, see, she's trying to control the narrative. She's trying to jump forward. Alan says, no. We're talking about your calls to your sister, the 7-second call and the 8-second call. Don't get ahead of me, lady.
At 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you, I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call was a 7-second call, the 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
Okay. But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's 2 calls, right?
Right.
Okay.
So now he's got her on the ropes. You made 3 phone calls. The records show that 2 of them were answered. One of them was 7 seconds long. The other was 8 seconds long, according to the FBI extraction. He's also trying to avoid the words FBI. And number 3, the phone call to Brian Albert that came later that morning, your brother-in-law, that one was not answered, and it shows unanswered. So again, lady, you're lying, is the implication. The jury sees right through it.
The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed, and those calls were in the deleted file folder. Correct?
Oh, busted.
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls, all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't delete just 2 or 3 of them. I deleted an entire cluster of 20 phone calls. Jennifer just admitted to destroying evidence, by the way.
So we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking anything, okay? I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second. I'm just going by your memory. You've seen these records.
Again, she's trying to regain the control. Let me see so that I can tell you exactly what I need to tell you. But when you don't give me what I have done, I have no defense mechanism, and I don't know which lie I need to fit for which hole that you are now throwing the pegs at me at, sir. So please let me see the records so I can get my lies in order. You're not helping me.
A bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
He's forcing her to go off memory.
we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think any.
Finally, Jennifer McCabe cracks. She's tired of the constant back and forth and hoorah with Alan Jackson. So she comes up with a brilliant strategy. I was hysterical. Everything was hysterical. Everything was moving fast. I have no idea what was going on. Things were happening around me. And oh, by the way, what seems to be forgotten is that my friend, John O'Keefe, was dead on the front lawn. When you talk about friends, you don't use that tone of voice. When you're trying to subdue a subject who is refusing to cooperate with your desire to cease this cross-examination, that's the kind of attitude that you garner. Very important.
Anybody's forgotten that. You, in fact, did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails, because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
Again, she's continuously inserting information that is completely irrelevant to the question being asked, trying to control the narrative.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing.
Oh, there it is!
There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you. How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, hey, how are you? Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you were friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You had just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Seraph, Mulaney, not so much.
Seraph has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Seraph.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
So the reason Alan Jackson is trying to get Jennifer McCabe to admit that she had some sort of outside connection to these police officers more than just an acquaintance or maybe have heard of is because that is going to allow Alan to let the jury know that this woman is not just some random woman. She knows cops. Brian Albert is a first responder and a former police officer. He was a police officer at the time of John O'Keefe's murder. And so if Alan can show that this woman is actually connected to police and can manipulate not just outside of the police force, but inside the police force, whole bets are off. I mean, at that point, you can show that this mastermind really was in control on a lot more than people suspect.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
See?
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
And that was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
See, she's trying to resist. She doesn't want to say yes to those questions, the yes answer to those questions. But it's true. It's true. She was in complete control of the situation, and now Alan has got her to admit it.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes or
no. No.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made in that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Folks, if you walk into a bank and the loan officer says, listen, you can trust me, and you ask him, why is that? Because I am an honest and truthful person. Would you believe them? No, of course not. The reason you would not believe them is because if you have an aura of honesty and truthfulness about you, you can just feel it radiating off of you. You don't have to tell them that you are an honest and truthful person. Anybody who tells you they're an honest and truthful person is the most dishonest and untruthful person that you will meet. Remember that. That is very important. The fact that she has to say those words is clear that she's trying to manipulate at every stage of her association, at every stage of her existence, at every stage of the questions between her and Alan Jackson with the jury watching. And by the way, notice how periodically she'll do one of these. Because she's checking the pulse on the jury. That's what master manipulators, narcissistic manipulators do, is they want to check the pulse on their victim. Like, is it working? Do I need to change tactics? Is it working? Are we being effective? That side eye, by the way, is very noticeable. And I am certain that the jury has noticed it as well.
Did you tell them which officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell them that Officer Lank, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
All friends and family.
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you'd consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
Big distinction. So they're friends and family, not of you, but of Brian Albert. And if Brian Albert is family, they're your friends and family as well. Thank you. You know what I mean? It's this tiny little weaseling out of every question that she tries. And again, she thinks that she's being so good about it. She thinks that she's being so effective at it, but she's really not. Do you guys want to tell her, or should I?
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question?
See? The continuation of resisting to answer basic questions. It's a yes or no. Were you or were you not sitting around? We were sitting around in shock and... No, that is not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a simple question. Can you answer it? She still cannot answer basic questions.
Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it. Was that so hard? Were you or were you not able? If she had answered from the beginning, maybe it would even make her look better. The more she resists, the worse it looks. Because now it's like, well, what are you hiding? What are you hiding? Just tell us.
So you listened during that friends and family gathering. You listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, You're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe.
Do I even need to say it again? I think you guys got it.
I'm asking some questions that you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes,
And Nicole could hear.
yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes,
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
That wasn't so difficult, was it?
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked
I'm
in.
asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it, no.
He could have been.
He could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes,
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
yes,
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
correct,
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way.
Yeah.
Did you have knowledge in any way,
In any way.
shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why can't she answer that? I think it's a valid
Speaking of
question.
Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up, basically, of the SUV and a sally port. Is that right?
Yes,
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
yes,
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
correct,
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
correct,
Just a few hours later, is that right?
correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said I said. I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
So this is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's Exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like the taillight has a crack in it?
It's cracked, yes.
That
It's
is not
actually-
correct.
Completely missing.
Yeah.
It is completely missing. Why are you calling it cracked? It is completely missing. It does not exist. What? Who in their right mind, right now, show of hands, in the comments below, tell me how many of you would look at that and say, that taillight is cracked. Or there's a crack in that taillight. That is broken. That is broken and missing. That's how I would say it. It is broken, or it's missing pieces, or it is missing, period. I don't understand. I don't understand how you call that cracked.
And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Yes.
Again,
Yes.
in that picture, there are the red pieces, there are some of it still there. So it was cracked and missing. In a state of
God.
shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
By the way, is her excuse to everything going to be I was in a state of shock? I understand your friend has been murdered. Are you in a perpetual state of shock? I think Karen Reed was in more shock than you, especially based on the tapes that we have heard previously, where Karen is running around screaming and frantic, and you're just like twiddling your thumbs going, everything is going according to plan.
No,
Hours after.
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
So if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
Correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes,
You went with your husband, Matt,
yes,
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
on the phone he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware, he asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct,
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct,
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The question has been asked. The jury has heard it. Remember, I told you all, cross-examination is a very subtle, different art than direct examination. You are the one testifying on cross-examination. And actually, the judge, on several occasions, has had to remind the jury that it is the testimony coming from the witness box that is the only one you're allowed to consider. None of that matters. The jurors don't pay attention to that. They don't care. They listen to the questions being asked, and they listen to the answer being given. If the question is asked and they believe it has credence, even though the judge may have sustained the objection and not allowed the question to be asked, the jury has heard it. And that is the most important piece of any cross-examination. Make sure that you get your questions out in the way that you want the jurors to hear them. Because the jurors, if they trust you, if they believe you, and thus far I have seen that Alan Jackson and David Yannetti, with my own two eyes, I have seen that Alan Jackson and David Yannetti have earned the jurors' trust. Lally, the complete opposite. They don't trust Lally, they don't like Lally. Lally is wasting their time. Adam Lally is nothing but a hot air balloon in that courtroom. Meanwhile, David Yannetti and Alan Jackson are the ones dropping truth bombs.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100
anything about the interview.
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
But you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
Even the simplest things, a few feet away. Yeah, a few feet away. No, he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90.
If looks could kill, folks. Did you catch that glare?
Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between, or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me, unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one, in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page,
Yeah,
second row from the top.
at 12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No.
call, correct?
We didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Counting, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Your Honor, if I could approach briefly. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take Exhibit 90 back.
Okay, thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there.
So-
0142, 0142.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about. This document?
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to look at it.
Okay, so Lally doesn't like something. The minute Alan Jackson said, this is a document you have not been shown on Friday, Lally is like, I don't like this, whatever this is. So he's asking for the judge to help him out, rescue him, exclude it from evidence, what have you. And by the way, can I just say, why such an advanced state such as Massachusetts still use court reporters? I mean, I live in Kentucky, and I know our cameras may not be the best, but at least we have video cameras. Are we more advanced and farther ahead than Massachusetts? That makes no sense. I don't know why the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, doesn't use in-court cameras. But hey, what do I know?
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
this an unredacted version?
Yes.
Same thing. Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up.
Somebody
Does this
getting-
appear to be Cellbrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay.
She's getting nervous.
And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time,
Yes.
associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 12:14, after that, all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
But there is not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to, this report jumps time-wise.
You can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
And look at those sirens. As, almost as if on
I'm just
cue.
trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 1229, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Oh, that means they've been deleted.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two,
Notice how she's trying to play dumb. Like, they were deleted. I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert. But the minute, I imagine, he asks her, did you delete those messages? Let me not put words in her mouth. Let's see what she says.
you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone. And all your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers. There were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls, Ms. Smith.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report.
By the way, just notice how he's like, look, ma'am, we can go back and forth all day long. If you just want to answer my questions simply yes or no, you're going to get out of here a lot faster. He's literally giving her an opportunity to at least do right, just for this once. I know it's not easy for a woman like that to do right, but try.
It did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at them.
I've told you that that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. The fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I mean, it's a
The
valid
fact is
question, because she
that
keeps
you
resisting.
deleted your call records before you.
Listen, right here.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4, 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The jury heard it, and that's what matters.
Group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Flip through those.
Those are the group texts that the FBI extracted from Jennifer McCabe's phone. That's why they're blue and green like that.
Well, Mr. Lally is looking through that packet, can I just ask, to make sure the record is clear, did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the two officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you
What?
deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were
Mr. McCabe?
text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls.
That's right.
I do not remember deleting phone calls means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In the day-to-day life, people delete phone calls? Look, I'm not a mastermind criminal, as much as I'm sure a lot of people would like to pin that on me at some point. Good luck. I run a clean ship. I don't recall a single time within recent memory, unless maybe there were even spam. Actually, even spam, I just ignore. I don't delete spam from call logs. Who sits there and deletes call logs? Unless you don't want people to know that phone calls have been made. Show of hands in the comments below, folks. Tell me, how many of you delete your call logs on a regular basis? I'm curious. Maybe I'm the only one who doesn't. Maybe I'm unique. I don't understand. Who deletes their call logs? This is so bizarre.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
no,
With Chris Albert?
no,
With Julie Albert?
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents.
She thinks she's
Appears to be
slick.
about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You
But she's
indicated
not slick
already
at
that you were
all.
part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around, that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon, on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148,
Here come the text messages.
and it should be the middle bubble.
By the way, if you have not seen the video of Matthew McCabe getting pulverized by Alan Jackson, it may have been David Yannetti. I honestly don't remember at this point. I did a video on that as well. Oh, it was glorious. You should definitely go check that out. He was cross-examined on those questions in there as well, and it was beautiful. You do not want to miss that one.
The middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes,
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
yes,
You look at the next page, the top.
Tell them the guy John O'Keefe, may he rest in peace. Tell him to tell them the guy never went in the house. Make sure that the police are aware that we have a scheme going on. That scheme requires for John never having entered the home. Something happened to him outside. We were not involved. If that's what happened, you don't have to tell anybody to tell the police John O'Keefe never went in the house. You simply say, tell him the truth. Tell him what happened. The fact that you have to specify the most important piece of your entire scheme and you have it in writing, first of all, you're an idiot and you're not very good at committing crimes, so don't do it. And number two, goes to show that you were involved. Simple as that, folks.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert. What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this?
And by the way, that was a smart move by Jennifer McCabe. Don't even try to argue with it. She already watched Matthew McCabe's testimony. She's not supposed to, but we all know she's watched all the testimony up until this point, so she can be as perfectly prepared as she possibly could be. And she knew this question was going to be coming, and she knew what her answer is going to have to be. She's going to have to admit it. So she said, oh, yeah, absolutely, exactly. Yeah, that's how everybody talks. And it actually makes her look even more of a criminal than she already was. There's no way out for these people. If you try to fight, you look guilty. If you try to resist, you look guilty. If you just give it up so easily and confidently, you look guilty. There's just no way out. Don't commit murder, folks, and then you don't have to be in the hot seat like Miss Jennifer McCabe. I feel really bad for John O'Keefe's family. And having to sit through all of this.
Chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in that. Tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
So combative.
So according to this chat, at least,
Remember, her answers are irrelevant. Her answers do not matter. Alan Jackson is the one testifying for the jury to listen to his story and explanation as to how Karen Reed had zero involvement, and it was all these people who have concocted the murder and cover-up, the Canton cover-up of the murder of John O'Keefe.
base level. This is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe
Jury
was
heard it.
directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
She knows
Does that
it's
sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
again. And by the way, what's with all the coughing? Let me rewind 5 seconds. Does that sound like collusion? Listen to the coughs and how she's paying attention to the coughs.
A little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point,
First of all, what's with the coughing? And second, again, her answer is irrelevant. The objection is irrelevant. It sounds like collusion, and the jury believes it. It's what makes sense. It's the simplest, Occam's razor, the simplest way to the truth. If it sounds like it could be true, it probably is. Shortest path to victory. Shortest path to understanding what happened. Occam's razor.
you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th. Or maybe not, maybe on the 29th. Correct?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes,
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you can do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago you were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents,
She was picking them up.
and you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
But the reality of the situation, Ms. McCabe, is that you wanted a pulse check on every single element of this case because you wanted to maintain your control just like you do with every situation involving this case from January 29th all the way to the date of her testimony, which was at the end of May. And now the jury sees that.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
To check on your friend? That was just too much?
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing.
And by the way, can somebody please explain to me why is this woman not having a single bit of emotion, even though she's talking about like very emotional things like, I wanted to check in on my friend. Like somebody testifying would be like, I wanted to check in on my friend. You know, I was worried about her. I wanted to know how she's doing. This woman is like, I wanted to check in on my friend. I wanted to make sure that she is okay. Has she ever looked in the mirror at how she looks when she's talking about people's feelings? Does she know what feelings are? Has she ever felt anything in her life? I wonder. I can't help but wonder. What do you think, folks? Let me know in the comments below.
I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together.
There it is again.
There's nothing evil here.
Carrie Roberts' number.
Again, somebody who's not doing anything evil doesn't have to say there is nothing evil here and shake her head like this. I mean, folks, it's almost too easy. It's almost too easy.
Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever, to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
They heard it.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline with you?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you
Why would you need to create a timeline to remember everything that had happened? Unless it was fabricated, unless it was weaved, unless it was lies. Because if it's the truth, you don't need to sit down and create a timeline. When was the last time you were telling your friend a story and you're like, okay, sit down, let's create a timeline together so I can show you what happened. Or we can recreate together what had happened. I think I just had a Freudian slip there. It's only when you need to recreate the story, that's when you have a timeline. If it's the truth, if you're telling the truth, you don't need to create a timeline for it. They wanted to create a timeline to make sure that everybody was on the same page. Because if their testimony is not going to stick at the grand jury hearing, then they're cooked. And Karen Reed would have never been prosecuted for murder, falsely.
You wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie,
Drafted this timeline. I love Alan Jackson. I love him so much.
she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created,
And what's with the deer in the headlights look like? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where you are. Tell me so I can make sure that I access that memory. I'm sorry, fabricated file in my head. That deer in the headlights, it's the mortified, terrified, scared look of like somebody who's just making sure they get everything just the way that they're supposed to. That is not the hallmark of someone telling the truth.
created on February 1st. At some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of bearing the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was, on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me, and she happened to be there, so they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
There you
Wasn't that
go.
hard?
See, now was that so hard? Just yes or no. Did she do the interview at your house? Well, on January... No. Did she do the interview at your house? Well, she was invited and she was there and said, listen, was she interviewed at your house? Yes or no? Yes, thank you. Moving on. Was that so hard?
You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Miss McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts
Checking the pulse on the jury. No, I did not. Are they buying it?
everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I'm
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed handed phone to Carrie. You remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., at basically the same moment, quote, all this stuff, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
She has an answer for everything, doesn't she? No, that's a different interview. I listened in on a completely different interview. Those are not connected, sir. She looks like a moron, and she doesn't even know it. Or maybe she does, and that's the best she's got. I hope it's the latter. It would make her look at least as good as it can, you know what I mean?
Okay, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening, so I think you might have 2 events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group, she's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Kerry is an extremely blunt person, and she was giving personal feelings about the situation, and I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're
How is that any of your business? Why do you care? Oh, that's right, you're the puppet master in control of the narrative. Silly me, I completely forgot.
listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her, and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was
his family.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
Did you catch that pulse check?
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Kerry Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Kerry Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it, and one day Kerry made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something, and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
Now, I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
I'm not sure if that happens to everyone. Of course, that's going to be sustained.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when it was things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Kerry, maybe. I'm talking to Kerry. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client, and that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with the story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
It sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following your instructions, we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask a question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, cops here again, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there,
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, call us after, correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, this girl could write a book, ... nonstop, correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts give her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on,
How do you
as
know?
she does,
How do you know?
because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe, I love it.
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, she is telling them everything,
Yes.
end quote, correct?
Yes.
So what really happened is Jennifer McCabe coached Carrie Roberts to tell the police exactly what she needed to tell them. And she was loving her work unfold. That's what was really happening. And now Jennifer McCabe is trying to do all these mental gymnastics to try and undo the damage that has been done. And she's failing at it. She's failing very miserably. And I don't think she knows it. I think she thinks that she's doing flawlessly. I really do. I think that she feels that she's doing fantastic, that she's doing a great job.
What you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices. That was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
So in order, those texts say, you listening? You say, you listening?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day,
The jury heard it.
you were eavesdropping on an interview that Kerry Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard. But I was not.
So now all of a sudden, I thought you just were hearing voices. Now her testimony is changing. No, I overheard something.
I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Whoa. Hold on. No one is talking cover-up story here, lady. Why are you suddenly jumping up and down saying cover-up story? Explain thyself, woman.
Why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving?
Yeah.
A second ago, you said, you
Yeah.
told this jury, you said, I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear
Yes.
was voices, like
Yes.
muffled voices from the other room. She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with the text message where you said, she's telling them everything, now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things.
Yes.
Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Finally caught in the web.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Kerry Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Kerry Roberts
Here she goes.
was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Kerry was remembering things, I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together because at the end of the day, our friend was dead, and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Are you listening to her words? Are you watching her face? Her words do not match her face. Am I the only one? The emotion that is coming out of her mouth, we lost a friend. Like she looks confrontational rather than emotional. That's not what you do when you lose a friend. Maybe when you kill someone. Yes.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Kerry Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create, I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, Proctor, grand jury, nothing, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
It's not.
Fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
Look at that death stare, that death glare that she has. Oh, she can't stand Alan Jackson.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it? In these
Objection.
Sustained.
Terry has become a messenger.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Ms. McCabe.
Okay.
Well, there's one
By the way,
else.
when he's saying, let me try this in a non-misleading way, he's really talking about her.
I'll withdraw. You consistently reported back to the group how Carrie Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
She's trying to qualify every answer to maintain control of the narrative, and she has already lost the battle. Let's see if she loses the war.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow, don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Fair question.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened.
We didn't want it to leave our little circle as we were creating our story. That's the words that she did not mention. She accidentally, I think in her exhaustion, let a little bit of truth slip. We did not want it to leave our little circle. That's the one bit of truth we've got out of Jennifer McCabe in, what episode is this? 9? It's crazy.
It was nothing more than, let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it
And Alan Jackson caught on to that.
all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job, so we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
You saw it. Did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing, and, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought.
You didn't think much of pulling up to a police officer's... What? No, it's not important.
Reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car, and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car, and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been hours standing outside,
Sitting in the car.
sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview, they just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah. But an employee of the DA's office.
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you, right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I used. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Take any notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show. Okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Ms. McCabe, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
Exactly.
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming, yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way.
And by the way, just for the record, so you all understand like how this is all unfolding, Jennifer McCabe thinks she's smart by covering her tracks by saying like, well, there was a meeting and we only talked about XYZ. But you just mentioned that you talked about arriving at Lank's house. Oh yeah, well, that was just one little no one believes that. Do you understand that, Jennifer, or do you not understand?
McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the Taillight extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds.
They're very close together.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone. Correct?
Oh.
According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
But not in reality. Is that what you're
Let me ask you
implying?
another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life. Everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Right.
Mhm.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
Like you did with John O'Keefe.
With regard to the calls,
The
that
seed
were
has been
deleted
planted, the
from
jury
your phone,
understood.
You were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50.
Mhm.
You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you
Again,
about your
trying
phone.
to be in control. He's asking her a question. Can I see the report? Because she knows she's about to get zinged with a question and she wants to try and avoid it as best as she can. I mean, you can see the desperation, like, can I see the report? Because she knows what's coming. She wants to maintain as much control as she can. She has very, very little, but she's trying.
Testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
you explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
Butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Her and Matthew McCabe. I mean, if you remember Matthew McCabe's testimony, he literally was saying that he was in bed with his wife, Jennifer, and he was just butt dialing people. He called like Brian Albert, butt dialed him or something. Now she's butt dialing John O'Keefe. Are these like professional butt dialers? Like this is their only excuse? They play grab ass and they butt dial. There is a lot of like fascination with the anus and anal related things. And that is very childlike. It is very bizarre. Very bizarre.
You literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes.
Because butts are funny.
Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket. And that was it.
When you dial someone by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. Because it takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction shows that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be the last question for today, please.
But that is perfect. Yes.
The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times. That's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start.
The
up
jury
again
heard it.
tomorrow, okay.
Thank you.
The jury heard it. The jury heard it, and that's all that matters. Oh my God, Jennifer McCabe. This was the end of trial day 15. So we're gonna go straight into day 16.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Uh-oh. You're about to get busted with a report, baby girl.
Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well,
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's
Oh
his
my
full report,
God.
it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Why?
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
She finally admits
that,
it.
quote, she,
Yeah,
Karen
did you
Reed,
catch that? He wasn't ready for it. He was like, wait, she just admitted. He was expecting a fight. He was expecting a fight. Listen to that again.
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
and then you went on to say
He was a little flustered.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say, she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Wouldn't that be written in the report then, Jennifer? The fact that your testimony is so much different from every report that Jackson has thrown at her so far tells you everything you need to know about this conniving lying bitch's story. I'm sorry, but I'm getting so frustrated with this woman. It is insatiable. Her hunger for lies is insatiable. All she is fishing for is, this is what I'm saying today. Now, Michael, it's not a full report. Then he took it down wrong. He did not understand what I said. He misquoted me. Like, she has an excuse for everything. Do you really think that's going over well? Think about it. Have you ever met someone and you're talking to them and you're like, hey, did you get the, oh no, I had the flu. Sorry, I couldn't. Oh no, my grandmother died, so I couldn't do that. Oh, I just wasn't, my dog was, I had to take him to the vet. It's like, oh my God, can you just take responsibility one time, just one time in your life? Just take responsibility for your actions. You know that person? She is that person.
Told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
Yeah, but that's what she's implying, but that's not what I said. Nobody believes her, I
This
don't think.
was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Very important, because you change your testimony later on down the road, but when everything is unfolding in the minute by minute, second by second basis, that's when you actually usually speak the truth. It's later that you concoct and create and contort and destroy and manipulate and recreate, reconstruct the entire scene. But what's happening here is Jennifer McCabe is simply lying. She's simply creating a narrative that they've all agreed upon, and this is the narrative. So it is.
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
To pick up some eggs.
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down.
Wait. Things that have been spoken in this courtroom. Has she been watching testimony? Yo, did she accidentally admit to watching testimony? Things that have been said in this courtroom. How would you know that? Unless you watched it or somebody relayed it to you. Oh, let's see what Jackson does with that.
We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house.
Okay.
The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children.
Okay,
they
that's
took
not
a picture
good.
of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So
Probably
that
Amy.
is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
Notice how, by the way, when she was telling that, she was looking directly at the jury. Every other time she answers Jackson's questions, she's looking at Jackson. It's when she wants to manipulate, to control, to kind of weave her web of lies, she's like looking directly at them, like mesmerizing them. It's kind of fascinating to watch, like a master manipulator at work. Huh. Jennifer Puppet Master McCabe.
About the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So
What?
you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later
We
asked...
couldn't take the torture any longer, so we met in Michael Proctor's house. But Michael Proctor was not there. I promise. Wow. I almost believe you. Not.
about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can reference.
In order to keep her lies straight, she needs to see the report to refresh her memory on where in her narrative does it fit. Because she's incapable of giving a direct answer because everything has been cooked. There is no truth remaining in her narrative. Everything has been boiled and fried and you name it, baked. Every fact, every scenario, every piece of evidence has been some way, shape, or form moved, manipulated, altered in order to fit their narrative that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. So sad. And people say, like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist on pretty much anything at all that I can think of. But on this, to say that this is not actually being orchestrated by so many people is nonsense at this point. To claim that all these people are not in cahoots with one another because they're all friends, family, friends of family, family of friends. They're all related in some capacity, either by blood, marriage, or friendship. It's a small town. It's a small place. It is not beyond them to just protect one another. Now that they're caught in the crossfire, they're all protecting each other because it's the only thing they can do. Otherwise, if you roll on one, everybody's got to roll. At that point, everybody's in too deep on this. They're in too deep. There's no escape. Like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this is far from a conspiracy. This is very, very, very likely. That's the sad part.
Refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Now she wants the report. So that way she's going to see the report and that will refresh her memory as to where in the narrative of lies this
Thank you.
is.
Take a look at
And that is going to help
Face
her
page that I
answer
read it to yourself,
his questions for him.
and then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27. You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I like how she says, "May I approach, Your Honor?" And Jennifer McCabe goes, "Yes. You are not Your Honor here, bitch. Sit down."
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told... Actually, let me back up for a second. Okay. Was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence.
Right.
But that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right. So if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are tabbed.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay.
Having looked at this,
Starting to sound so innocent,
does this
huh?
appear to be an accurate
Trying to.
reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay.
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Such a control freak. She can't just answer the
you.
questions. She knows she's under the gun.
Okay. First call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds.
Woo! 21 minutes.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
Now, the reason all of this is important is that this is the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe. And this woman, one of the McCabes, who's, as you know, a high-profile person in this case, is having 10, 20-minute conversations privately on his phone? Tell me that does not smell fishy to you. That smells really rotten. Karen Reed, they don't have any records of Karen Reed ever talking to these people. Well, of course, none of them really wanted to talk to her in the first place, but there's a reason why. She's not on the in circle. She's not part of the club. And it's a very, very, very dirty club. It's a club that is used to beat people to death with. You saw the double entendre that I did there. Yeah, not a good club to be a part of. I would never want to join. Me personally, no.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
She almost said yes again. Jennifer McCabe, I swear. She thinks she's like, may I approach you? He's not asking you, lady.
Those on all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
Do you have them, Mr. Jackson? Her head is going right now. He's got him planning the next answer. He's exhausting her. He's trying to throw her off and exhaust her brain as much as he can. There's only so much he can do.
Yes.
I feel for this man. Dealing with a witness like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. Maybe they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, if it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
They're like pen pals,
Finally,
these two.
a call
Look at her
for the end of
smile.
March 29th.
Why is she smiling? Is she remembering how she manipulated this situation? I don't understand the confidence. Or is it just I don't recall, you're just throwing numbers out. I don't understand this false sense of confidence she's got going on there. Chat, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Why is she smiling here? Why is she so confident with her, I don't recall. This should be damning to her. This should be absolutely damning, and she's taking it in stride. Like she's almost borderline proud of having so much contact with an investigating trooper. This is days leading up to the grand jury hearing. This is crazy. This woman is psychotic.
Lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this.
Oh my God.
So if you have the record.
State of shock for months? Please, lady. No one is in a state of shock for months. You're in a state of shock for the first few days and then you calm down. You're not in a state of shock for months. That's how I know you're lying.
I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea, I don't want to hold you to a number, you wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room, you had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room. And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house, that was in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Taillight. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant
Good question.
Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Nah, that should be allowed.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, you've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
It shouldn't be. That's a valid question.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
Again,
You can answer that,
it's a
Ms.
valid
McCabe.
I
question.
met Proctor January 29th.
That's
It's
not the
everywhere.
question. That's not the
If
question.
you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
There you
Yes.
go. There you go. That's it. Easy. Come on, lady. You got this. Answer the
On
question
January
in front of you.
29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring
Your
to?
phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm-
Celebrate, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls, yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrate extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrate data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrate data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So After you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures,
How long
if
to
you
die in the
wanted to
cold?
know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mm-hmm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
It is speculation. I
Well, we
will
don't
give
have
him
to
that.
guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
It
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies and misconceptions
question.
on social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you
Oh,
don't
she's on the
remember
ropes.
what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And
Again, she is trying to punt the ball. She's trying to deflect as much as possible. I'm not involved in this. Karen told me to search for this. I didn't want to search for this. I don't want to search for this. I'm not going to search for this. If she just admitted it, how long to die in the cold? She has nothing. She can't come up with an excuse fast enough. Because how long does it take to die in the cold? Would have been like an easy out for her. But she just couldn't think of it fast enough. She knew it was coming. But Jackson got her off of from left field. He caught her off guard. And that was very intentional. It's very well done. Kudos to Jackson.
what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Oh my
Again,
God.
She was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
There you go.
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
And you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
It's a valid question.
Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not,
Do you not?
Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
It's a simple question.
Yes or no?
that morning, I don't remember specifically
No, she
what
doesn't.
I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this?
You have wait. I know what you have put out to the social media. Really? That's your backup plan? Jennifer. You poor thing, you.
Long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world...
Turtle Boy. Oh, Aiden's name is mentioned in court. Aiden Kearney, aka Turtle Boy, is now officially in the record.
If the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. How long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? This is some kangaroo bullshit. Are you serious?
You were seeking, at some point,
You can't even say the words of the Google search that you typed into your own phone? What is the basis of that objection? It's factual. Say the words, woman. She doesn't want to become a meme? Is that what it is?
Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed long to die in cold, correct?
If you could show me it, I'd appreciate it.
Oh my god.
You later Google
She's
searched-
trying to make it seem like she's never seen it before. She doesn't remember it. The jury sees right through her. I don't understand what sort of act she's trying to put on.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second?
Yes.
Did you see the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
He wants to nail her to the wall. He wants them to see it. And the more she was evading it, the better it is.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked?
2:27 a.m.
Yes.
Costs long to die in the cold. Deleted, yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Basin. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
Say it.
House long to die in cold.
There you go. Good girl.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die. I'm sorry.
By the way, this cameraman's work is atrocious. We can't. The times, the most important piece on the left-hand side is invisible. On the left and on the right, where it says "has it been deleted," those are both missing. Like, come on, man,
Something
zoom
like how
out.
long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia?
Oh,
You Google
it's
search
almost as if on cue.
6:23 and 6:24.
There you
Is that
go.
right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled it. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me, screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Miss McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data,
The first one.
you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
AM.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn
Oh!
in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Cover
you
your
nailed
tracks.
her.
You searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely
Oh
not.
my God.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Well, you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time for that
I
search?
disagree with your narrative.
6:23.
Because my narrative
That
dominates.
time frame is
Right,
accurate,
Jennifer?
Right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one,
She panicked. You see, she panicked. And she probably started to search for it again, trying to override. And then she saw the Hoslong to die in cold that she made at 2:27. And she was like, oh shit, let me research that and then delete the original entry. And that way nobody will know. Well, honey, the one thing about technology is technology never forgets. Sorry to break it to you.
at 6:24, it says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
Notice how she also keeps calling Karen Reed the defendant. She's not saying at the request of Karen Reed or at the request of your client. She's playing the government role through and through. At the request of the defendant, I made that request. Like, she sounds so like she might as well be prosecuting this case. I swear to God. This is incredible stuff.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not real.
Liar!
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then, of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
She's lying. You can tell she's lying.
Take a look at the Celebrate report. Top search. The column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
In red. Red.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you.
Yep.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Yep.
Did you do
Yep.
that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Yep.
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that
There's no emotion behind her words. She's just like a robotic, like, he was my friend. There is no like, he was my friend, like genuine. He was my friend. He was my friend. Oh, this woman, I swear. If you have people like that in your life, you need to stay the hell away from them.
you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Oh my God, what a burn! Would implicate you and exonerate my client. And look at her demeanor. She's just like deflated. She's like, yeah, it would, wouldn't it? If that were me and those, let's call them for a second, lies were being said about me, I would be furious. How dare you? How dare you even accuse me of such heinous words and heinous crimes? You're accusing me of the murder of John O'Keefe? Are you kidding me? Instead, she's just like, no, that's not true. You're twisting words. That is someone who is guilty and is feeling guilty. It's literally like, you ever seen those videos of the 2 dogs and there's like a biscuit laid out or a hot dog or something and the hot dog goes mysteriously missing? And there's like 2 or 3 dogs around and they go to the first dog and they go, Bruce, did you eat the hot dog? And the dog is just like, I don't know what you want from me. The second dog and you're like, Jasper, did you eat the hot dog? And the dog's like, can I help you? And then you look at the third dog and you're like, Trisket, did you eat the hot dog? And Trisket's like, that's literally what she looks like right now. She looks like that third dog that ate the hot dog off the table.
Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked.
That's not the question. She always takes it one step too far. I wouldn't even know where to start to delete a search. Yes, you do. Everybody knows how to delete searches. And if you don't, you Google how to delete searches.
Report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
There you go.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, we are finally done with the witch. The Wicked Witch of the West. Unbelievable stuff. I can't believe Jennifer McCabe has been able to maintain for so long and she finally crumbles. She finally, there is nothing left of her. You can feel all of her energy just deflated, defeated, left her body, left her soul. Her soul has exited her human corpus. She looks so guilty. And Jackson, the fact that he said, this would implicate you and exonerate my client, it doesn't matter that it was objected to. The fact is the jury heard it, and that's all that Jackson wants. Jackson wants to plant the idea in their minds so that they're aware and they understand. And you will see later how Trooper Proctor's testimony completely eviscerates their case even further, the government's case against Karen Reed. So, I hope you all enjoyed this. I hope you all had some fun. Oh, this was a good one. The Hoslong to die in the cold lady is finally getting the Hoslong die in the cold. And yes, thank you for that, Jackson. Love you, bro. Love you guys. Bye, everybody.